Check, check, check. One. Alright. Hi, Ruka. Started this one a little bit later than usual. And because I'm not sure if stream will even, not stream, but because I'm not even sure like how much there really is left of Zero. I want to see if I can beat it tonight. And then after I beat it, I'll likely switch to something that has been kind of just burrowing into my brain. But I can worry about that after. It's dark and silent, but you can still feel your heartbeat. I will do my best. I need to remember. Right. Because Billy fell and he took the grenade launcher with him. That's mag ammo. Because I don't have the magnum on me. I did very briefly like look up a... Yeah, I go this way. I did very briefly like look up a... I was gonna say walkthrough, more of a speed run. Mostly just to see kind of like a vague estimate from where this is till approximately the rest of the game. And I think the speedrun that I saw was like 10 minutes. Like this was roughly like 10 minutes out from the ending. But again, that's speedrun time and not like first time. Something's being this. Oh, cool. Giant humanoid being is suspended in bioorganic fluid inside a capsule. Yeah. That's gonna be the thing I fight, I guess. Ow! Cool. Ow! Cool. Cool. I'm going to die. Yeah, that was rad.
Resident Evil 0.
I think if I swing a little bit further to the right, I'll be safe. Only thing I hope is that Billy comes back soon so I can make my grenade launcher back. I still don't even remember if I actually picked up the Magnum or not. But I honestly kind of just want my grenade launcher. Because looking at this grenade launcher rounds makes me upset. The first one here is at least like... They kind gonna sit there for a sec because they're screaming for the most part. That works. And I don't think I need to go back there, so... I think that's like the only thing there, actually. Hmm. Do I have to do it from this side? No, it's a control console thing. Ew. Okay. So then what can I do from here? This looks like a boss arena. I guess that's the only thing I can do here. Oh, there was no... Okay. Didn't expect the smash cut, but alright. Saw something shine over here.
Don't shoot! You're alive.
Are you okay, Rebecca?
Where is everybody?
They should have arrived here before me. Haven't you seen them? That's unfortunate. If we go straight from here, we should arrive at an old mansion which Umbrella uses for research.
Huh?
Come on, let's go.
Wait! I've got to find Billy.
Billy Cohen? You mean you found that criminal?
Wait, how?
Yes, but we got separated and...
No point worrying about him. He won't make it. Come on, let's go.
Sir, please. I need to find him. Don't worry. I'll catch up with you.
Rebecca... All right. Just be careful.
I never saw him again.
Not what I came here for. Oh, it was another key. So this connects... Security room. Okay, I'm gonna assume that that leads there. But, like, okay... I'm trying to figure out the mental map here. Because something about this doesn't make sense to me.
What is that?
Cool, proto-tyrant. How did you even get out? I'm not gonna... You've got to be kidding me. Am I stuck in here? I am. Oh my god. Caution. Orange caution. That didn't work. Oh my god. I am going to die. How am I still in orange caution? That has to be rad. Yeah, that's... all my shotgun rounds. I went the wrong way. When he leaps... Ugh. I do not have
Resident Evil
a lot for this right now.
0.
When he leaps, I need to move to his left. Because if I try to move to the right, that's the... He has a larger arc for his swing. And I don't have any other weapon with me right now. So I have to make every single one of these shotgun shells count. But now I also have to go back and run by the hunters again. That means I have to go there for the key. But is there like no ammo elsewhere? One. That's better. One of their slashes is way more than one of his, so... Whatever I can do to avoid damage, I'll take it. That's gonna play that again. So then I wonder, is it gonna actually play this time, or is it just like that way on purpose? So there is a cutscene. Wait, then why did it just smash cut last time? Maybe I pressed the button in the middle of it? that way. This is so much space that I just don't walk in for a fight. Door that way. There's no point in me going into the security room, so I just go this way. There's no need to search this place. Sure. I've already searched this area. What do you mean? Also, no point in throwing the Molotovs because I don't even think he can be set on fire. I was right about my initial movement, but not. Can't see there. I got way too close. The angle should have been sharper. Oh, I'm already in orange. That was way too... Ugh.
Resident Evil 0.
Rather cute, aren't you?
All of those shots landed too. He's just gonna have a lot of health. Hi, Alina. I hope stream's going well.
Come on.
These two lines are always gonna take so long every time they load too. And I gave Carlos like all those good weapons. It's not like I could have known that I would have had grenade launcher rounds like here. So I'm kind of just working with what I got. Huh? Oh. Because I didn't leave the ink ribbons. I completely forgot, and you spawn here regardless. This isn't worth it. Just kill me.
Resident Evil.
So I guess they spawn the second you go down there, and not after you pick up the key specifically. Which means that I have to constantly make sure to drop the ink ribbons each time. And because I'm right next to a boss fight like this, I have to save my ammo, so it's better that I'm running around them instead of actually fighting them. So this is going to come down entirely to just me getting better at learning how to fight that guy. must thought I forgot for like a couple seconds. At least I'm learning how to consistently bait that second one. I don't want to waste an ink ribbon just saving here. But at the same time, if I keep dying to this tyrant, then I really don't want to keep having to do that again. And constantly redoing this. I don't know how that first cutscene's kept done. Because I didn't press start during that either, it was just a smash cut. Weird. I was way too close to the wall. It's two. Oh, come on. 3, 4. Orange caution. 5, 6. I have to switch my handgun. That's the proto-tyrant. Get me out of here. That's it? That's the factory? That's all at the factory? Wait, don't tell me. I don't want to go back to floor 3. Give me to 1. That means I just left that magnum ammo down there. Huh? 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 How am I back here? What? leads there, that leads to the sewers. What? Huh? But then this leads here. That doesn't make sense. How far did the tram car even go then? I don't want to go here. No. So then that leads... What? That leads there. This is the factory. That's B4. What? This elevator doesn't make sense. So then this is back. Oh, cool. Dude, I wasn't even gone for like... Wait, then why are you saying... Whatever. Dude, I wasn't even gone for 5 minutes. You immediately got up and tore through that. Sure. But then... Okay. Wait, but then this is level 3. So then why is this floor 4? And then floor 1 is level... Whatever. I get it, they're probably doing this because, like, they can't realistically have you go too far, but, like...
Playtime is over. You and your friends no longer amuse me. Good riddance. Now nothing will stop me from getting my revenge.
This elevator is so weird. Where's this gonna spit me out? Raccoon City? Can I save at least? That's... okay. Elevator? Where does this go? Where am I? Treatment plant. Okay. I'm not going up there. New ink ribbons. I guess I leave that too, because I don't have anything else. If I need ink ribbons, then I guess I go back. Why is the factory 3 rooms? Two ink ribbons. Should be fine. Dam area power supply panel. Designate a point to receive power. Power can be supplied at any location up to 2 points away. Oh, it's one of these. Power can be supplied to any location up to 2 points away. So what if I do this? And this? That wasn't too bad. Just from the treatment plant. Can I look to see? No, just the treatment plant still. So I guess I needed that in order to power the elevator? I wanted to go up, not down. But I guess we're going up. Yeah, you would. And there's something else over there. I can't see. There's two. Still in caution. Go back up, grab the gas can, mix it since I'm using Molotovs. Because the last thing I need is to run to one of those leeches, and then it becomes a bigger problem than things already are. Because they all typically... Yeah, because they also drop the shotgun. Because they all go down in like 2 to 3 Molotovs, so it's not like that big of a problem. As long as I don't have to use them on zombies, I should be fine. Oh my god. Save that if I take another hit. Depending. Because if it's a hunter that jumps out, then I'm just kind of screwed. Because it might kill me in one. Or it can be worse. Literally exactly why I did this. Please. Am I back in caution? Just back in caution. Square shape handle. Why? Not what I wanted. Because there's a map here. Room there. Once I get in there, then just in the save room. How many floors does this go? Goes, oh my god. Okay. So I'm in the 6th floor. That'll lead me further down. Whatever. I'll learn as I go. Box that I can't push, but Billy can. Another set of red and green herbs is never a good thing. Especially this close to one where they already gave me a set. Space for a battery. I need the battery. Battery to power up the forklift. Once the forklift's powered, then I can grab that key card, wherever that key card gets me to. Now I find shotgun shells. There's the crank. Let's regulate the supply and drainage of water in the tanks. Fill. Does this mean I can... No, because I would need to move. No, I can't even get there. I can't push that. That drains them both. Okay, but I can't do anything until I can push those. But I can at least get through this door. Sleep ill. Reservoir room.
Billy!
How'd you get up here?
Rebecca, where am I?
You're safe now. Are you okay? What could have done this?
They must have been used as test subjects in Marcus's research. He must have kept messing around with the mother virus.
Billy?
Okay, he's back. Thank God. But now I have to make my way all the way back if I want those, grenade launcher rounds. And I'm going to assume that the door here is locked from the other side. So then I can't get that way. Okay, so then what's the key card used for? Because this is just a stairway. That door? No. It has to be used for something. Trying to figure out. Oh, you big baby.
I'll go alone.
Roger.
Because I need that crank handle. I've solved worse than this. Can I move this? Or is it stuck here? It's metal, but I can move it. That might have been a mistake. Well, maybe not. Okay, they won't let me push it that way. But if I rotate this... Trying to figure out which one would be better. Wait, because that's not going to float up. Because that one didn't float up either. That one didn't float up before on this side. That's why I was only thinking there were two boxes, because that one's metal. So if I just push this... That's one. Then I move this again. Only problem being... I should have moved this one earlier. Because now I need to figure out how I get... I can make this work. I hope. No, because I have no way of pushing this back down. Because I can move this here, or not. How does this not fit? But yeah, I can't like pull that other box down. So then what happens if I fill it? Yeah, because those two go up. But I need the third wooden box there. I have a terrible
Let's
idea.
go.
Because I need that crank. I need that crank for that door. Let's see. It does reset. Okay, okay.
Let's split up.
Roger.
An annoying way of doing it, but sure. Means I have to push the metal box. I have to push it this way. Because if I do that and stand here, can move that here. Then push this further out. Please be far enough. Can I push you further? Okay. Problem. Not necessarily. I think I can remedy this. Rotate to the right again. Then I push this. No. Yeah, I push this up one more. Then I rotate, and then I push this again. Then I rotate it again, and then it should be fine. Because there's no overlap with any of the boxes. Billy, you're killing me. Rotate right. That's right at the wall, though. Oh, sure. Sure. Half centimeter off. A very heartfelt reunion with Billy, and the first thing that we're doing is pushing boxes. Alright. 1, 2. Then that fills that, then I can get my... I can get the crank back. Or I can get it at all to begin with. Sir, how did you end up even over here?
This way!
Yeah.
So now I drop that off at the door that's there. I still need to head back up because I need to grab the grenade launcher rounds that are in that office. There's also a box here that Billy can push.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I don't know why he would. Oh no, he can't. He can't even get over there.
This way!
Yeah.
That means that the only thing I can do with that forklift is power it on once I have the... once I get a battery. Zombie here, I forgot what side you're on. Billy? Billy, we're moving. You know what? Actually, thank you for that. That sounded like a crit. Elevator, go back up. Grab my shotgun. Grab the ink ribbons. Because I really don't want to split off and I really don't want to die. Because I cleared out this room. Okay. We have like 2 things we have to do here. First I'm giving that all to you. I can at least load you. Those are flame rounds. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if it's I'm wondering if it's better if Billy goes back. Because there's a door I want to open anyway, and it has handgun ammo, and I know he's gonna pick up grenade launcher rounds, which means Rebecca should take this back. And there's ink ribbons here.
Let's split up.
Okay.
This is risky and stupid. But if I do this, then I don't ever have to do this again. I don't have to worry about doing it for the return trip, I should say. Barring the proto-tyrant doesn't show up again for whatever reason. Floor 1 brings me back to the facility. This brings me back here. This brings me back here. I'm better off going here first. No, I can go here. Because I'm taking the freight elevator up. Then I'm still... Because both these still lead me back there. This just sends me in the way of hunters first. And I at least have grenade launcher rounds. So I can make use of them. Because if I use 3, then I can pick up the... Why? I can pick up the ones in the office like no problem. Cry about it. Oh, cool. 2 herbs that I could have used. I hate this. I'm kind of accepting that I must have missed the Magnum by now. Because this leads back here. Yeah. So then that doesn't answer what I do. Because that I'm not going to use. I absolutely missed the Magnum by now. What was that sound effect? That's just Billy's shoes, I guess? I have this. I have 1 shot. Okay, yeah, then I just head back. I'm wondering right now if it's worth it if Rebecca runs over here. Because that's just a red herb and a green herb right there that I could really use, considering that she is on orange caution. Yeah, whatever. Because I need 2 item slots. Or I need 1. Use that to heal herself. Take the elevator, floor 2, run over, red and green herb, take that, mix them, and then... You've got to be kidding me. This elevator only moves when there's somebody in it. Okay, then back up to floor 2. Because there's no point going back to floor 3. If I have the 2 item... If I have the 2 inventory slots, I might as well just pick up the Magnum ammo, even though I'm not going to use it. But I'm already here, and in the off chance that I do get one, or get it, then it's better. Or at least I'm justifying it to myself that way. What? There's the one room. The only way I can imagine things right now is that I use the crank. I don't have it anymore. I go into that room. Somewhere among those rooms has to be either a door with a key card. No, it has to be a door with a key card and a battery. Because then I have to take the battery, I have to use that on the forklift. Rebecca is probably gonna have to stand on the box. Billy's gonna end up using the forklift to raise it. We grab the key card, we use that on whatever door is, and then... At that point, I don't know. Which means at a bare minimum, I need 1 open inventory slot. Or 2. Well, probably 1. Because I don't know what else is, like, around there. Look at the map when I get back there. Something about the layout of this facility is still, like, messing with my head. Layer 1 being where the train crash was, Layer 2 being where the tram goes to? Oh, I didn't take Billy with me. And then 4 leading to this reservoir. Like, something about this elevator doesn't make sense location-wise.
Follow me.
Okay.
I was also kind of thinking about it. There's not a lot that happens in this. As in, like... This is essentially just like a really bad day for Rebecca. Because to start with the train car... Hang on, let me save. To start with the train car, it crashes. They land at an umbrella training facility. But she can't really retain that information because if she retains too much of it, then it's like, okay, why didn't you tell Chris any of this when you were found in the mansion? Because they can't really do that, nothing can really kind of happen. Like, there's a lot of information that the player is getting. If I pick up the Molotov, then I can use that, yeah. Like, there's a lot of information that the player is getting. Oh, there were ads. I completely, like, mentally glossed over that. Also, welcome Saidaku. 1, 2. I have enough ammo. Yeah, this is fine. So, like, a lot of things can't necessarily happen, or, like, they can't really internalize a lot of things that are happening. But, like, there's a bunch of information that the player is at least getting. Like, from a player perspective, this is neat. But in terms of, like, Rebecca going through anything, the main thing is just like, hey, Billy doesn't seem like a cold-blooded murderer. As much as everyone keeps saying that he is. And he himself is not helping to clarify. I don't like the sound of that. Rebecca sees something. What are... Oh, you're tough. Back up, Rebecca. I don't know if a handgun would be better. Oh.
Ow!
I... Can you please equip it now? Can you please equip it now? Can you please equip it now? There goes a bunch of those grenade launcher rounds that I just spent all that time going back for. And I was doing so good about that not happening at all while I was playing. Please do not tell me that put me in. She has 88. He has 38. Whatever. I've been spending most of this game in yellow caution and orange caution anyway. Where's the slather lead? This does not connect to anything directly. That connects to something else. That connects to a second. That connects to something different for whatever. I guess we check this out. Somebody has a note. Investigators report 2. We should have finished this dump we should have finished with this dump long ago. When this all started, didn't anyone expect that there would be guns blazing away like this? We weren't told a thing about the creatures attacking us at a briefing. Guess they were surprised that it had honchos too. Things in the woods just started to attack people. That had to be planned. Someone deliberately scattered that virus, no doubt about it. But the guards, our fellow soldiers, they must still be around. Well, whatever. Don't have to worry about that anymore. What I've got to worry about is whether to use my last bullet on myself or my friend. That's the only decision I have to make. Is there nothing else here? Oh, there's green herbs. I'll take that. Didn't mean to do that. It's fine. Fine. Using it on either of us would be a waste. Guess I can give this to Billy. Okay, that at least puts him in fine, so I won't complain about that. But that was really it, just that note, the chemical, and the 2 green herbs. That at least gets me out of orange caution, so I'll take it. Even though I kind of wanted to mix those, but whatever. So this has to connect to someplace else and also has its own save room. I'm just never able to rest. And they were just there. Alright, sure. Proper safe room music. Napalm grenades. I'll take that. Ink ribbon. If I need to go back, grab my other ink ribbons, it's really not that far, but I'm not doing that right now. Lodgings. Also leave that, because there's no point in me carrying around that shotgun if I have no ammo. Herbs. And a first aid spray. That's a lot of healing, and I don't know if they're doing that out of sympathy, anticipation, or because of the fact that I just dealt with 2 hunters. About battery fluid. The fluid used in batteries is a diluted solution of mixed water and sulfuric acid. Both must be a high purity. When fully charged, a battery fluid should have a specific gravity of 1.28 plus 0.010 at 20 degrees Celsius. Take care to dilute the sulfuric acid solution is of sufficient purity. So this is how I get my battery, but then that doesn't explain where I use the keycard for. More leeches. This just leads me further down. Level 7 and level 8. Those are the only 2 places I can go left. A lot more leeches down here. Do I have... Get that, Rebecca. I thought Billy was spinning around just to leave. I hear one. Okay, time to test how this works. I also see shotgun shells, my favorite. Right after I put it down. Speaking of putting it down. Is that it? That's the only place I can go. Wait. It's a control panel for the gondola. The motherboard is missing. There's a note. Treatment plant's manager's diary. Damn it, why is normal industrial waste being delivered here? This is an Umbrella Corporation facility. We can't deal with the volume of material, plus they're sending us contaminated materials that we can't process. What are we supposed to do with that? Well, looks like they're closing it down. Not surprising, using it like they did. Had to be done, but it was pretty sudden. It's not like they cared until now. Anyway, as long as I can get out of here, I don't care what they do. Alright, then I guess we just keep going down. This room is too open and too wide. That door has to lead somewhere. Dude. How did you get into the water? Right when I don't have my shotgun. That's too short. Oh my god. How bad is she hurt? I'm hurt more. Can I exchange? No, he's too far. Billy, I'd really prefer if you didn't. Oh my god, she can't. Oh, I don't like this. She can't give him... Oh my god, she can't drop it either. What do you mean now I can exchange it? This is not the fight that I wanted. Oh my god. This is way too tight. I can't move.
Resident
Then I have to keep my shotgun.
0.
When I have to keep my shotgun, 2, I need to preemptively, before that even starts, give one of them one of the heals and then give the other one the other heal. I have no choice here. Leave the ink ribbons. Rebecca can take both of these. Actually, she can't. She has to. I should clarify. But now I know in what room it is and when it happens. Please be close enough. I dropped the ink ribbons, right? I did. So I guess... Well, if I exchange the Molotovs, then it should be fine. Maybe. But, like... Come on. That still left me in caution. I hear one of them groaning. That means Billy's gonna be the only one with healing on him. Why? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Actually, I wonder. Because down there is the fight.
Let's go.
I was thinking if there was a way that I could, like, give Rebecca also the grenade launcher. But I can't really do that. I can't really do that, but at the same time, I don't want the both of them in that fight. Because that feels like that would just make it 20 times harder. But it's also not like he has that much health. I'm probably gonna regret this. But I'll give this a shot. Can I go? No, I cannot go that way. So that means that the thing over there... That's the control for the dam. It's more herbs. Eat you. Yeah, then that's... Alright. So I'm assuming that whatever I need to go up there, raise the water, or lower the water, whatever. Make do. So all I really need her to do is use the shotgun, but then I need her to move, and that's the hardest part. So what if... I'm thinking... What if I leave you here, and then I move here? That's cheating. Oops. That instantly put us both down in a caution. Need Rebecca to move. I need to can't equip that now. Well, the plan worked.
Let's regroup.
Roger.
That felt very... How do I put it? It felt very... unsophisticated. Oh, there's the motherboard. That's it? That's all there is up here? Go back down, use the motherboard, do something, I guess. If he's gonna be gone again. Of course he is. Of course he is. Whatever, not my problem. Not my problem, at least for right now. Use the motherboard here. Power has been restored. Don't you dare tell me you're just gonna drop that block. Huh? This is stupid. How far is the safe room? Because I go up the stairs. Go through the hallway, go up the stairs to put it down. Because I'm not walking all the way through there with a shotgun that has no ammo in it. And I just killed the tyrant, so I'd rather save. Why? I'm going to die. This game really likes testing my patience. They gave me that note about testing it on frogs like multiple hours ago. And that's the first time I saw one in the entire game, and all it did was just ruin my day. No healing. Give Rebecca the Molotovs in the event that she needs them. Oh no. Okay. I really just don't want to deal with the proto-tyrant again. Still no explanation as to how he even got out, but whatever. kind of just going with the flow at this point. One more ink ribbon. If it jumps out again, I'm gonna be so mad. That... doing toad is apparently like when you lick a poisonous toad. Thank God at the very least those things don't poison me. Actually, now that I think about it, there's only been one... There's only been one thing to poison me in this entire game so far. And it was only that chest thing. And I honestly will take that over anything else. Last thing I need is more enemies that'll poison me. This game's already stingy enough as it is when it comes to giving me herbs. Last thing I need is to pray that they give me a blue one. This is ridiculous. You could do it, Rebecca. I believe in you. I believe in you. Okay, so now Billy can get across. That's acid rounds. Wait, was this the door that was locked? Not hopping mad. Where did that even lead? I have to go that way. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have to. I don't have to. I don't have to go that way. I might have to go that way. I left my shotgun. I do not like... I don't like that bug enemy. I don't like that bug enemy. I don't like insect enemies. Did he fire at something? I don't like insects. And I really don't like them like this. That is the only way further down. Okay, problem solving. I can't go back. I hate this. I hate everything about this. I hate everything about this. I hate everything about this. How can I get... No, they are not. They do not need whatever type of anthropologist, scientist, whatever wants to experiment on bugs. They are free to do that. They are free to do that away from me. Please tell me that I'm gonna see if I can get Billy over there because I don't want to go into that room. I do not want to be in that room. It'll be right after I got rid of my shotgun. It's not even like I have shotgun shells in it either way. I hate this fucking thing. I hate this fucking place. I'll take the normal goddamn G monsters instead of this. Floor 9. Rebecca has to. Rebecca has to open the door. Rebecca has to open the door. Why? I hate this. Okay. If I run past, I can unlock that door, turn around, head down the stairs. Or, better case, run directly down the stairs, get Billy, give him the acid rounds, he comes up here. Okay, 3, 2, 1, I am running to the left. I'm running to the left, I'm running to the left, I'm running to the left, I'm running to the left. Wrong way. Get me down the stairs! How the Just don't break out. That's one. What do you mean it's locked from the other side? What the fuck is that? I vastly prefer when they're just experimenting on humans. Give. 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 Even with every single horrific experiment that keeps happening, I have to go through that door. But then what's up there? That has to just be a way to save. Is it worth it? I don't think so. Unless there's like something that's genuinely worth it in there, then that just leads further up. No? Where does that door connect to? The stairwell. And then that door. So there might be something up there. I hate this so much. How do I... Rebecca, you scared the fuck out of me. I swear to God, if these things break out the second that she grabs the battery. I have the acid rounds equipped. Please. Please. I really... Ugh. Okay. No, I have to go up now. That's where the key card's used. Okay. Ugh. I... It's not so bad for right now, as long as there's not more after this last one. Disgusting. Rebecca? Like, of every single monster that is in the entire Resident Evil franchise, these are the only ones that are like consistently genuinely eking me out. I can't. I hate large bugs. That one's for Rebecca. What is this? Industrial water. Sulfuric acid. Battery fluid. Wait. Oh, so that thing that I did before was actually really important. Good. So that means I don't have to backtrack right now. Okay. Alright. No, I hate, I can't stand bugs. I can't stand them. Can't stand them. I'm already sensing something I'm not gonna like. Now that any room that I see now that's just full of water, I'm always just going to assume the worst. This, I think, go up? Because that was reservoir. So then... this is forklift certified? No. The room after this. Hey, that forklift room is really close to a lot of other, water. Actually, what do you mean?
Let's split up.
Roger.
Stay right there.
Come on.
Okay.
Goofy puzzle. I guess she was struggling a little bit. Alright. So that should be... 6, 5... First floor. That leads to a save room. I can just go up and grab the ink ribbons. But I don't really need them, and I don't care. The only thing Rebecca would be missing is a shotgun. But I don't even have shells for it, so whatever. I got her the high-powered handgun. That's the only thing that really kind of matters. So long as I don't die on my way there, which is a huge asterisk, because there's always a chance of a stupid frog showing up, I guess. They really waited until the 11th hour to start throwing that enemy in my face. I have to remember correctly, because I don't want to run the risk of getting ambushed. Yeah, it's this way. This is also a very bold assumption, because I don't even know if there's actually a... if that room that I actually need to go through is locked by a key card. I kind of just like instantly assumed. More so out of pure desperation because I wanted to get Rebecca and Billy back together. For my own sanity at this point. I hear something shambling. Look at that, shotgun shells. This game is actively making fun of me. Because this leads... where? Leads into a hallway, that leads into a big room. That big room leads into a safe room. I don't trust this hallway. And I dropped my shotgun off in there. That means... do I even have the inventory space for it? I do. I have literally the perfect amount of inventory space for it. I don't want to leave Carlos here.
I'll go check over there.
Yeah.
But I kind of have to. I'll leave him, I'll run back, grab the shotgun. And then rush back over, I guess. So I have two options. I either go... I go the way that has a chance of spawning a toad, or I go left, go up, go through there, head further up, go through there, go through there, go through that room, cut down, grab the shotgun, and then run back that way. Yeah, damn it. I'm starting to see, no, not starting. I saw it before, but like, I'm really seeing the complaint about backtracking in this game. Because it mostly comes down to things that you wouldn't otherwise really have to do in any of the other Resident Evils that have a item box. Because a lot of it is just like, oh, I have this free inventory space, I'm putting this thing away because I don't need it right now. But then I find ammo for the thing that I actually want to use, and it's like, oh, okay, now where did I put that shotgun down? because I'm always thinking like, okay, maybe I need 1 to 2 inventory slots open for something later. And I don't want it to come off as like I'm just being negative, because this is like a very unique aspect to Zero. But I can see how this got on people's nerves. Especially since everything past the training facility has been pretty linear. As in, it's not like open... It's not exactly super open exploration. The same way that, the Spencer Mansion RPD kind of are. But granted, even RPD and the Spencer Mansion had like their own moments of being kind of linear. But those segments felt a lot smaller. They felt a lot smaller and a lot more... like, story kind of focused, I guess I'll say. Why? They just repop the areas too. At least that time it wasn't 2 hunters. Can take that. Find that. Where's the ink ribbon? There's ink ribbons in this room. I left them here. Or it here. Don't think I really need the other ones. Because the fastest way down would be go down this way, go straight down. And then I head across, because it's either that or I deal with the 2 zombies in a way. And I'm losing more ammo. I'd rather keep as much ammo as I can. Yeah. I'll risk it. Even as much as I really, really, really don't want to. Oh, I didn't even remember that there was 2. Oh, so I guess you only spawn when I'm going back the other way? Sure, whatever. Cool. Cool. This is so ridiculous. Oh, okay, I was spared this time. So then that one time was just a personal fuck you, I guess. Alright, I'll take that, I guess. And this is all purely just to pick up a shotgun that I'm going to use for 7 shots. It's not going to kill the boss. And if I die before I save, I'm going to do this run entirely over again. Not that way. This way? Yes. Because that's the one that I opened, so then I go to my left, Rebecca's left, and keep heading straight. I have to be, like, right at the end of the game. Hi, buddy. I also don't like the fact that they were giving me Molotovs. But there hasn't been a leech enemy yet. Which is making me think. And making me very concerned. Especially considering the leeches that I am seeing here. Like those. This way? No. I got turned around for one room. It was this one and then still straight there. Nope, I go down one more. But this has to be his lab. I will say though, like, yeah, naturally, because this thing is like, it's a PC port of a game from 2002? 2001? 2002. It still looks great. Like, genuinely. Okay.
Let's go!
Okay.
Now we're gonna move forward for 5 steps, get a cutscene, and then we're gonna get separated. Ill.
Welcome, young ones. So glad you have joined the party. You are the guests of honor. After all, it's your wake.
Who are you? Dr. Marcus?
No, you can't be. What's going on?
10 years ago, Spencer had me assassinated.
Oh, time to die, Doctor.
Why do you have a scientist jacket on and your turtleneck?
Research.
Wesker, Birkin.
However, something wondrous happened.
Ugh.
It took the T-virus inside of my queen years to procreate my new life.
I live. Now I will have my revenge on Umbrella, and the world will burn in an inferno of hate.
You'll pay for what you've done.
We'll see which one of us is gonna die.
Snail man? Oh. I didn't save. This is dangerous. Why would you tease me with the save room right there? Rebecca? There has to be healing in this room.
Resident Evil 0.
How far back am I going? Okay. Putting a boss fight right before that is really nasty. You can see it on the map. Say, hey, here, new save room. By the way, actually the room before that is a boss fight. I have to get them. No, I got the motherboard. But I don't have the key card. And I don't have the battery. Okay, so I'm going this way. So it's not like too far, but it's still annoying. So I do that, then I pick up these acid rounds. It also means to me that there is no, because I'm gonna have to go up there later. Because I am gonna have to go up there later and kill the cockroach that's there. But I go downstairs, I open that door, I wait for Billy. Okay, so I can just run and do this quickly. Fucker! Rebecca's also going to need the inventory space for the... for the battery. Thankfully, I don't have to run like all the way back to get the solution because I at least got that already. I was very fortunate with that. That's not going to stop this frog from jumping up though. Also, no real reason to say it, but I am kind of just like immensely shocked that Billy was the one who died there. You! Now I know that's an instant kill.
Resident Evil 0.
Cool. 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 I know that is now an instant kill. So I either risk running all the way past it, or I take a hit, it jumps back into the water, but then I don't have to run the risk of dying to an instant kill. What do you mean I can't carry that right now? Give this to Billy. That means that every time that I run by one of those, or every time that they've grabbed me and the other partner was there to help, like, get me out of that, that was a chance of me almost dying. Instantly. Billy was full health. There was nothing I could do. I thought I could have aimed to just like shoot at it, but I guess not. There's no real thing I can do here aside from just do it, I guess. Turn the lever. Run through, because I know that that first floor is safe. Hate you. Why did he turn to the camera like that? But this still means that I have to run over, grab the battery, deal with the two things in that room, fill up the battery, put it in the forklift, have Rebecca stand on there, get the key, slide it. All this for just a shot at the boss. I'm dead.
Resident Evil 0.
So I guess I just go back up the ladder because I don't want to. I don't want to take unnecessary damage, but running past it doesn't seem to be an option. And like, Billy needs to go that way. So I guess I go back up the ladder after it jumps up, and then I either shoot at it or just wait for it to leave. That's an incredibly far reach that it has for an instant kill. But I guess the idea is like, oh, you'll have a partner that will save you, but then you put one directly in the spot where there's no chance of Rebecca being there. I'm just gonna turn this first. Switch to Billy, and then... That way, if he does die, then I don't need to worry about having wasted time picking up the acid rounds. So, down the ladder, quick turn, back up. So stupid. I know the stairs have collapsed. Give me the ammo. Grab the acid rounds. What do you mean? Fine. Because I forgot to switch over to Molotovs. I'm not. I don't want to deal with that stupid cockroach. Or locust, or whatever it is. I don't care. It's a bug. Two. That's a Billy. I am gonna have to clear that thing out anyway because I need the other.
Let's go.
Okay.
Because I need the other mixture there for the battery acid. How are you alive? Sulfuric acid. with that. What do you mean? Fine. What if I do this? I'm running real tight on inventory space. Oh, that can take the full 11. Alright. I have exactly one inventory slot to work with all this. Boost Rebecca up, get the battery. I also have to... Never know. There we go. Okay. So now we head back up. Rebecca puts in the battery. She stands on the crate. Billy presses the button. She grabs the key card. We go back, and then all hunky-dory. I could have sworn that there's also shotgun. There are shotgun shells someplace that I completely forgot just now. Which was the entire reason I went back to even grab my shotgun before. It also kind of, at least for me, sucks because I know that there's a part that's coming up that's just like, alright, I hope I can just mag dump as much as I can into that guy before he kills me. Do not press it yet. You've got to be kidding me. You never did this before. Why? Why now? Rebecca. Rebecca. Rebecca.
Resident Evil 0.
Let's regroup.
Roger.
Hi, Moro. How was Resident Evil Village? I hope you had a good time. I saw that you were playing that. So you had switched over to it.
I'll check it out.
Okay.
This way.
Okay.
Why? Why did it show up that one time? Why did it show up that one time? Why did it show up that one time? Why did it only show up that one time? Just don't think about it. Yeah, a village. I'm gonna keep calling it a. Village can be kind of like hectic, especially at the start. But getting lost is part of the Resident Evil experience. I would say almost like how mine is going, except it's not as. I'm trying to find good words to put it. I've been coping very well with the fact that I've been kind of running around in the same spot for like 30 minutes. And not even because I'm lost. Actually, hang on. They both have their handguns equipped. Yeah, they kind of... Yeah, it's the sequel to 7. Whoops. But they've been doing this thing recently. Uh-oh. They've been doing this thing recently with the recent titles where, they're not giving them full names as much as they're giving them like what? Like an undertitle. So instead of calling that one just Resident Evil 8, they call that one Village, but the way that you spell village, the V-I-L-L, like the Roman numerals for 8 is hidden in there. For Resident Evil 9, the new one that's going to come out, is Requiem. And the Q is meant to kind of look like a 9. Which is funny, because that one's most directly connected to one of the Outbreak games. Which isn't a numbered entry, but that's a very minor detail. It is honestly like really neat, because at a certain point I think they might have been getting like a little bit self-conscious. Because it's like, okay, we're almost at 10. How do we do this in a way where people aren't gonna have to ask like, oh, do I need to play all the other 9 games in order to catch up? I just make her equip that. Oh my god. How much damage did that take? Oh my god, that was a lot.
Resident Evil 0.
This might be the single most frustrating segment of this entire game so far, and that's saying a lot considering how much I dealt with the bat. The bat at least had the courtesy of giving me a save slot, like, right before. And that's also an entirely new move that I didn't know that he had. Yeah, this is kind of what's been like the past hour and a half. Because this is also my first time through Resident Evil 0. So not exactly playing it with like the 20 years of experience in comparison to like when it first came out on the GameCube. So it's plenty to learn. But I want to do it, and I want to finish it, because I want to go through all of the mainline entries, before 9 comes out. Yeah, it's a completely fresh new experience. Even if its reputation has kind of preceded it a little, and I've heard lots of varying opinions about it, and I might be understanding why. I still have the Molotov, don't I? I do. I think I've died 3 times to insta-kills in like the past 40 minutes at this point. Like, all this is just kind of like taking time away from me at this point. And I know that that boss isn't even the final one right now. Because it can't be. Or, like, there's something else after it, because right behind that thing is a, it's a save room. And that Proto-Tyrant's still alive. That Proto-Tyrant's gonna be the last boss, isn't it? Yay. But yeah, this is part of like me trying to go through all the mainline games before 9 comes out. I know I can finish like 2, 3, 7, and 8 relatively quickly. Like I can do those in single streams. But almost, I want to say, almost basically all of February is going to be me jumping between 4, 5, and 6. Because those are the 3 that are the longest.
Come on.
Roger.
Which is why it is kind of important, at least to me, that I finish this today. Come on, Rebecca. I don't know how effective the fire runs are going to be. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, at least it hit her. Because she has a full heal. So that way I don't have to worry about Billy going into that fight with less than full health. But it's still annoying. Sulfuric acid. Industrial water. It's the battery fluid. Now, as long as she doesn't get hit again, should be fine, hopefully. Theoretically. So long as these attacks don't do like 1 billion damage and knock her right past red. One. 2. Okay. Now we head back upstairs, we put the battery into the forklift, we send on the forklift box, we raise the box, we grab the key card, we come back down, we hope that the frog doesn't spawn, then we run to the boss, and then we see if we die in 5 seconds again. Because I almost don't even know if like going all the way back to save would genuinely be a time save or not. Like, I guess the one saving grace of this boss fight is the fact that it's in a bigger room, but I don't think that's really going to help me much. Like, in comparison. Because I kind of need to be able to move. And don't need him to be hitting me. If I hear it jump out of the water, I will not hesitate. Please! How far is the save? How far is the save? I'm not. Up there, through there. It's upstairs again. I'm not crossing through there. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that again. I'm not dealing with that again. I'm not dealing with that again. And the body's gone like Jason Voorhees. Cool. Billy, that grenade launcher around is worth more than your life. I'm trying so hard to keep it together. You have to believe me. Never again, never again, never again, never again, never again, never again. Thank you for believing in me, Morrow. Now I just need to make the run all the way back. It's fine. This would be so much better if I actually had that Magnum, but I have no idea where it is, and I do not want to go all the way back to the training facility to try and find it. I've made my bed. Now I just have to lie in it. Through here, past that room again, downstairs. Should be one more zombie in here. Yep. Billy, you took damage on that, didn't you? Billy. Billy. I'm smiling. I'm smiling. I wonder if I just give Billy the shotgun. It is this way. Because if I give him the shotgun, I will have no inventory slots for literally anything else. That was a scream from the depths of my soul, Date. key card. We'll be needing it. Discard it. Okay. So what if? Can I just like leave Rebecca out here? Can I do this fight solo?
I'll check it out.
Roger.
There's no way they're gonna let me do this. Because the cutscene has them both in it. Yeah. Rebecca, run, baby girl. Baby girl, come on. Come on. Come on. Please, please. Oh. Rebecca. She's dead. She's dead. That's phase 2.
Resident Evil 0.
Just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Yeah, he was fine. He went from fine to orange caution in one grab. I'm okay. I'm okay. Just... we all cope in various different ways. We all cope in our own various different ways. Freya, thank you for the... thank you for the raid, please. Sorry. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. You played RE02. I'm going through it. At this point, if the game crashes because I alt-tab, then it's effectively the same as normal. But yeah, how are you? How was your stream? Um, let me get you a shout out. Um, yeah, this is my first time through. This is my first time through RE0. Um, and it's kind of an experience. Just beat Silent Hill 2. Oh, yeah, so you're in a going through I was gonna say going through a Resident Evil mode. Going through a survival horror kind of type of mood. Yeah, this was the HD re-release on Steam. I've played all of the mainline games, including Code Veronica. Um but I've never like actually played RE0. So I wanted to actually play it as kind of like the start of a marathon to work through all the mainline games before 9 comes out. It could have been the GameCube version. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 definitely has Silent Hill is definitely a lot more emotionally heavy than Resident Evil can be sometimes. Like I just finished Silent Hill F very recently. Really good game, but that hurt emotionally a lot more than I expected it to. But it was a really good experience. Please let me pick up the shotgun rounds. So-called survival horror fan, first time playing Silent Hill. But it was still like, no, that was a really, honestly, like playing that on stream was probably one of my favorite games, like to stream of all of the last year. Did I not throw that away? Oh, whatever. And I also know a couple of other people are like playing, are playing through Silent Hill 2. Nothing wrong with being distracted, because you're probably, I don't know how long you probably went, but like if you need to go and get something to eat or like drink water, that like I perfectly understand. Because this stream started a little bit later than usual for me. It's almost midnight. Stream for almost 3 hours, for about 3 hours. Yeah, that'll tire you out. So yeah, no, if you need to get water or something, and I honestly should get water too right now, considering that I haven't really taken a proper break in about 3 hours right now. What? Fine. And I do have an ad break that's coming up. I'm gonna be so mad if the game crashes because it's been crashing when I alt tab sometimes. But yeah, I have an ad break coming up, so I'll actually maybe that'll fix me. Maybe getting water and stretching, like maybe that'll actually fix me. So yeah, I'll do a quick BRB. Thank you. Thank you for the ever wise words. Because sometimes I don't listen to my body and what it wants and needs sometimes. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes so everybody can go get water and stretch and eat. But yes, again, thank you for the raid. Have a good night and rest well. And thank you again. stretching and actually like rotating my arms, and I'm hearing them pop like pop rocks. Maybe, just maybe, I should have actually been stretching and taking care of my body. Who could have figured? Who could have thought? Not me. Granted, before no, before it sounds worse than it actually is. No, I mostly, it's just that for some reason, like today, my left shoulder has been hurting me a lot more than it usually does. And I don't know why. But I think it's probably just because like I slept on it wrong, because sometimes that happens. Even though I didn't really notice until like a couple hours before stream. So it was more of a, I'd say like a happy coincidence that I decided to start this stream kind of like late. Because mostly I wanted to see like how different starting late would be. And thankfully, it's not exploding my body. Wait, I forgot. Game audio. I'm also now like incredibly cautious of alt-tabbing in this game. Because like the last few times I did that during last stream, it crashed. Okay. I wonder. I think Carlos can take the damage a lot better. Billy, I did it again. Alright. Okay. Gotta control Rebecca because she has the lower amount of health. Which means her movement's gonna matter a lot more. Billy. Billy. He got beat up in that corner. I'm dead. Billy.
Resident Evil 0.
I'm smiling. If I just smile. If I just smile. If I just smile. I have a very dumb idea. God damn it, he was too slow. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Come on.
This way!
Yeah.
I am... Oh... Because I've been kind of neglecting it. I might really have to start doing the... Oh, this is weird. Having to use the other stick to... I can't see you. Having to use the other stick to control my partner. The hard part is that they will run, but I won't. Which makes me wonder if it's better if I just kind of like have them run off into a corner. Because if they run off into a corner, then at least the boss isn't going to be looking at them, and I can focus on baiting them myself. He got... Alright, looks like Rebecca's doing this. Can I please pick up the bottle? You've got to be kidding me. Why is picking up this bottle one of the hardest thing in the game? Can you please not? Can two of you just like... I don't know why I'm giving this to Billy when Rebecca's gonna be the one that gets it at the end, but you know what, whatever. We'll figure it out. So Billy might just be at a worse health state than Rebecca. Like, he might be just on the cusp of green. So he's actually closer to yellow caution, which would explain why getting bit drops him down to an orange caution instead of directly to yellow. Because he has less health than I think he actually does. Which means it might be better if Rebecca just does the fight. But I can't keep him outside the room. But I also can't have him like actively firing, because if he does, then that becomes a problem for me. Because he will just explode and die. Please let me is close enough. Okay, so let's test the theory. I just make him unequip that. Okay, then he won't stand his ground and fire. Which means the best option might be to unequip his gun so he's always running with me instead of stopping. Do you have the key card on me? I do not. Okay. So don't equip his handgun. This is going to look crazy. And I really hope it's not as crazy as it is, as I think it is. Billy, you're moving. Oh my god, he reaches so far. That's dead. That is 100% dead.
Resident Evil.
I don't know how to do this fight with a boss that moves this fast while your partner feels so much like a liability. Because I actively cannot have them participate in the fight. Because if they do, they will slow down, and if they slow down, they will die. I need them constantly running with me. I need them to not get stuck on anything. I need them, like, participating. But I can't do that. And I can't leave them on their own because the boss will target them and kill them too. Rebecca has less health than Billy, but Billy is currently at a lower health state than Rebecca, meaning that they'll effectively both die in the same amount of time. So it's really more of a coin toss at this point. It also really doesn't help that the camera angles, like, intentionally, like, make it very hard to, like, see where the boss is before being in the danger zone. Which makes it very hard for me to kind of, like, get pot shots in before I'm in a spot where, like, there's active danger and I need to move. Because if it's gonna be like this, I might as well just take all of Billy's handgun ammo. Because Rebecca has a better handgun anyway. She can just pepper in as many bullets as she can. If I get down to like 40 or something, I'll split the stack. Then when I see phase 2 pop, I'll switch over to grenade launcher, shotgun, and then the Molotovs. Because like this is the enemy that like all of the leech enemies are like directly mimicking. So like he has to also be weak to Molotovs, if that's like their main weakness. Which would make me think I probably should have kept those flame rounds, but that is way too slow. Yep, and now he's in danger. Well, he's in orange caution. So the plan is still effectively the same. You just can't get hit even more. When I turn that corner, it'd be better if I give him his handgun. Just so that he can help put them down. But right now I really need him running with me. Oh, you went the other way. Billy! He ran in front of me.
Resident Evil 0.
I feel like I'm fighting my partner more than I'm fighting the actual boss here. I think it's one more room down from here. That's when I equip her with the gun. One more after this one. I wonder if Billy and Rebecca both spawn in like fixed spots in that fight. Because if they do, then it means that it's better for me to start as Billy because he's the one who starts closer. Which means it's better for me to run. Since I can react faster and get Billy out of danger more immediately. Instead of having to get so far that the NPC recognizes that I'm moving and tries to follow me. And by the time it does that, then the enemy is already... The boss is already mailing their own skull back to the home. Alright. Combine. He's already low. This is a test to see if Billy spawns closer. De-equip that. Change that. Okay, let's see if Billy spawns closer. This also means that I need to pre-position better. Yeah, he does. He magnetized to her. Oh my god. Why? I'm... That's not doing anything. He's dead. Okay, Molotovs do nothing. That lunge is ridiculously fast and does like half their health in one grab.
Resident Evil 0.
Straight up, no point in picking that up. No point in using Molotovs. Only thing I can think of is just keep doing the thing that I was doing, make sure that, and just like keep running further. I really wish I had more to fill the air than just like running through this place again and again and again and again and again and again and again. That's kind of really hard to do when it takes longer to get to the boss fight than the boss fight that just kills one of my characters in like 2 minutes. Be like specifically right in front of that. So I have to switch to Carlos, unequip Rebecca's gun. Billy, god damn it, I keep doing it. I took the ink ribbons with me. Why? It goes so far, so fast. I'm going to die. He's chasing Rebecca. Why? That reaches so far. I legitimately do not know what it wants me to do.
Resident Evil 0.
That's a really obnoxious grab attack that just starts up incredibly quickly, goes super far, and just takes half of my life. As well as also a really long-reaching whip attack that attacks twice. Like, it's one thing if it was just like a one-on-one fight and stuff like that, it would still be annoying, but it would be like fine. It would be fine because like Resident Evil has done fights like that before. Nemesis is like that. Hell, even a bunch of the really annoying enemies in Code Veronica have really stretchy limbs like that. But it's the fact that I'm just like responsible for an NPC that can't process that it needs to keep moving and then shoot and then move and then shoot. It can't dodge the attacks that are coming its way. It just it recognizes an enemy and just wants to shoot at it. But shooting at it means standing still, and standing still in this fight means death. So it's not like you can leave her in a corner somewhere. Or him. The only thing I can think of is just like bum rushing. Just like dealing as much damage as I possibly can before it can really do anything. But it doesn't get staggered, and I can only I've seen its second phase, at least the start of it. But your partner trails so far behind you that the most you can really do is just take a few pot shots and then immediately start moving again. Which means the best thing to do would be to exchange handguns for me to sit on Billy. And just keep running and then take shots every few seconds. An extra hard part about all that is that basically the second I see him on screen, I have to move. And I clap. I can't see him from here.
No!
How are you so fast?
Ow! Oh! Ow! Oh!
Bad.
Ow! Ow!
We're in danger.
Resident Evil 0.
This way.
Roger.
This way. I'll check it out.
Okay. No!
My God. Please don't run towards me, Rebecca. takes so long to turn around. I can't get her to run past me. He has such a ridiculous range. Dumb fight. I have a feeling that this is gonna be the final boss. Call it a hunch. Oh. Storage. Yeah, that's a cargo left. Trying to figure out what would be the smart thing to do here. I think it's giving Rebecca the grenade launcher. So that way Carlos can have that, and then she still has 2 healing items.
What?
It's the Queen!
The what? Ah. There it is.
Who activated the self-destruct system?
Come on, can't this thing move any faster?
So how do I...
Shit!
Oh my god. Sunlight?
Billy, can't handle sunlight. We need to open the windows.
Follow me. You work on the windows.
Got it.
I'll use my charm to distract Her Majesty.
Open the heliport in case of emergency. Follow procedures below. Removing the lock. Oh my god. There are 4 locking mechanisms in a room which have to be activated in this order. Southwest, northwest, southeast, west side. What? Turn each of the mechanisms to handle. Southwest, northwest, southeast.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat. The self-destruct system has been
Oh my god.
activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
You can't move.
The self-destruct system has been activated.
It's too big. It's in the way. I can't move.
Repeat.
Rebecca.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
Oh, she's working on those fast.
The self-destruct system has been activated.
She can't move.
Personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
She's stuck. She can't move.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
I... Am I just gonna die here?
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
She can't move. She's stuck. Like, she's genuinely just stuck.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
I just lost like a solid minute to that. Oh my god. I'm going to die. I'm stuck here.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel
Okay, it's after me
evacuate
now.
immediately. Repeat. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat.
at that convenient magnum.
Billy!
Hey, Queenie! Feast on this! Rebecca, hurry!
Hey, that must be the old mansion that Enrico was talking about.
Hmm.
I guess it's time to say goodbye. Officially, Lieutenant Billy Cohen is dead.
Yeah, I'm just a zombie now. Thank you, Rebecca.
That is finally... That is finally me beating Resident Evil 0. And that is, for me, every numbered entry for the Resident Evil franchise. That now means that I have beaten 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I will count Code Veronica since that was the original 3. And I'm not gonna lie, I did not like this one. I think it has a lot of really genuinely interesting ideas. I really did like the visuals for the Umbrella Training Academy. I think everything after Marcus's lab is kind of a nosedive for me. I also think this possibly has some of the worst boss fights RE has. And I kind of wish that Rebecca got a little bit more, but in terms of like the stuff that they give for, ironically enough, the characterization of Umbrella, Like, I like this behind the scenes kind of look, like earlier on. Because before stuff, when it comes to 8, this kind of was the furthest back in a timeline that you really get as to, like, really a lot more of the earlier stuff regarding Umbrella. Though it is, like, clearly made with the idea that, like, oh, you know who William Birkin is. Oh, you know who Albert Wesker is. You know how stuff in RE1 and RE2 pan out, presumably RE3. From a lore aspect, I think this is a very interesting, it has a very interesting story. I really wish Rebecca got more. Like, you don't really get a lot of characterization for her because she can't really get a lot. That's kind of like the fault of the game itself being a of it being a prequel to RE1, and you find Rebecca already in the mansion and she's just, I'm just a medic. I wish she got more. Not even just in Zero, I think in general I wish she got more. Because I think it's a very valid complaint that a lot of people are like, we want more Claire, or like, I want more Claire games. Because what, the only 2 that she has are RE2 and Rev2? Jill gets RE1, RE3, shows up in 5, then technically gets Rev1. Ada shows up in 2, 4, 6, was supposed to be in 8. Like, Rebecca gets a mainline entry, but like, so little time really kind of characterizes her. Like, you get a little bit more, honestly, out of Billy, than Rebecca, and that kind of sucks, because I think Rebecca's really cute, and I think she kind of deserves a little bit more. Like, she is one of the first, like, she's there at the start. She's one of the, like, kind of important characters from RE1, but she doesn't really come back outside of, Wesker kind of perving on her in RE2. She's also one of my favorite characters to play in, RE5 Mercenaries. Probably my favorite, actually, because, she got the striker. Yeah, C rank. You can now play Leech Hunter. Hell no. You can... Oh, that's weird. You can now play Wesker mode. Yep, I finally... Yeah, I was finally able to finish it. I think I understand where the divisive nature comes from. I'm deathly curious to see what that Wesker mode thing is.
Come on.
What is this? Hi, honey. Honey Morrow. Shadow dash. Hold B and release perform before it dash. Press B to stop while dashing. While dashing and changing direction. While aiming, hold square. Hold left face button. No nightmares. You got to be safe. Oh, it just replaces Billy with Wesker. Wait, but does it also change her outfit? Oh, no. Don't like it. Don't like it. I was just talking about Jill. I don't like it. This feels very clearly... Yeah, no, this is added for the HD remake. Or HD re-release. Because that's the... I don't like it. Yeah, no, I think that's it. I like my cute, sweet medic girl. I don't like her being... Yeah. Ouroboros, whatever. I'm not dealing with that now. I don't want... I don't want that. I want my sweet Rebecca. But I did do... Hang on. Let me switch this over. I did do generally kind of what I expected in terms of time. Because I knew that this wasn't going to be... Is this the game crashing? Yeah, just got to the end. Sorry, Rios. That might be the game crashing. I forgot what I was gonna say. I think... Damn, this is hard. How do you like it? I think it's my least favorite of the numbered entries. I don't actively dislike it as much as I dislike Rev 2. Like, I would replay 0. I think 0 would probably get a lot better if I replay it. But for a first time impression, it makes it very hard to like on a first time go. But I would replay it. But for the numbered entries, I think it is my least favorite. And I think right above that is Code Veronica, which is really funny considering how much like how much I've constantly like kind of gone to bat for it. Here, because now I can actually switch over to just chatting. Yeah, I think I would probably, especially with the classic REs, I feel like they get a lot better the more that like you constantly replaying them. Not like constantly, but I think you grow to like them the more that you end up replaying them. I think it's my least favorite of the numbered entries because I remember liking Code Veronica a lot more on my first time through. Even if I did have to, I did get hard locked. I did get soft locked because of, I ran out of ammo. And there were parts of Code Veronica that were like really annoying, but there weren't parts that like made me as annoyed as parts of this did. And I think a lot of those things come down to the fact that they are very... No, they're kind of beginner traps. A lot of it kind of feels like beginner traps where it's just like, oh, if you don't know, then this thing's going to become a lot harder. Like, a couple of the first boss fights, I have played Rev 1 and I have played Rev 2, but I haven't played the Umbrella Chronicles. That's the Wii... Well, I'm thinking Dark Side Chronicles. Like the Wii light gun shooters. Trying to remember what was the other entries I ended up playing. There's a lot. There's a lot. Let me open up my Steam, because I have a bunch of them. Because I now have all the numbered entries on Steam, but then there was also... There's Revelations 2. In terms of ones that have like actual direct story, there's 0, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's Code Veronica, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7 beginning hour, Village, 7 and 8, 7 and Village are kind of like their own kind of thing. You don't really need to know much about the other games like to enjoy those two. Revelations 2. Technically there's, if you want to count, like, there's technically like Dark Side Chronicles, like those are the light gun shooters. There's the Outbreak games, 1 and 2, which were on PS2, which is very funny. The movies are not important. Do not go into those movies. Do not go into those movies. Those are not important. I only care about the games. That's what I mean, the animated ones. I don't care if they're canon. I don't care about Terra Grigia. I care about Raccoon City, and I care about all my STARS members, and I care about Ethan Winters. Yes, they're corny, but like, if I want corny action, that's what I have 6 for. Okay, you can skip most of the live action ones. The first one kind of is... The first one is worth watching, because they take elements from the first one, including the Red Queen, and they end up bringing that into some of the other games and stuff, or make references to it. So that first one has some ideas that Capcom got. But no, in terms of like, you can either, there's like, now I'd say like 3 to 4 kind of eras that you can really split Resident Evil into. There's kind of what I consider like the classic era, which would be Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, and then 0, or including 0. That's all the stuff that is STARS members related. That's the stuff that starts with Rebecca, that's the stuff that happens with Chris and Jill at the start, that is Leon and Claire at the Raccoon City Police Department. And then there's Jill and Carlos escaping Raccoon City. And then after 3 starts the quote-unquote modern era, I would say. That's Resident Evil 4, that's Resident Evil 5, that's Resident Evil 6. 5 does have some things that... Oh, also Code Veronica would count for that classic era. For the modern era, that's more stuff directly tied to kind of Wesker. 4, you don't really need any prior Resident Evil info to get into. 5, you also don't really need it, but like the stuff with Chris and Wesker, that's stuff from Resident Evil 1, that's Resident Evil Code Veronica, and then that's kind of directly into 5. 6 pulls in... 6 is basically like a continuation of 4 and 5 in its own way. 6 is a very unique game. But then after that you have like the current era, which is like Resident Evil 7, and then Resident Evil 8, and then it's going to be Resident Evil 9. Ethan Winters is a completely kind of new character for 7 and 8. Resident Evil 9 is going to be introducing a character that is the daughter of a character from the Outbreak games. How much that's going to be important, I heavily doubt. I don't think that's going to be super important. But then Leon's also coming back, which will be the first time he showed up since 6. And that was like... 6 was over 10 years ago. 6 was about 13 years ago. That man is in his 40s. I think he's in, yeah, I think he's like in his late 40s, early 50s. Like, no, Leon looks great in 9. Insane. And they knew. They knew that he was hot. And they're like, no, we have to lean into it. We have to lean into him being hot and old. But yeah, that'll be Leon's first time showing up in this series again since Resident Evil 6, which would be 13 years. Chris shows up in 8. He also shows up in 7. He looks really weird. I almost don't want to fangirl because everyone does. Do it. Do it. I'll be fangirling right with you. Even if my favorite is Claire, like, no, Leon deserves it. Leon is somehow all parts of the spectrum. Like, he goes from sweet, like, puppy baby boy from Resident Evil 2 to, like, actually cool guy in Resident Evil 4. No. He goes from, like, cool guy, but mainly a dork in Resident Evil 4. But he still kind of has that puppy boy aspects to him. That's why Ada loves toying with him. And then he goes, like, to his, like, emo, edgy phase in 6. And then he's coming back in 9. To be the old gruff man who's been doing this stuff for too long. Like, Leon's great. There's a reason why so many people love him, myself included. You get the full spectrum when it comes to loving Leon. Meanwhile, we haven't had Jill in a new game since 5. She hasn't shown up in a game since 5. Claire has been in the pocket dimension ever since Resident Evil Rev 2. Same for Barry. I have no idea when or if they're ever gonna follow up on Rev 2 again. Because that had like a lot of important story stuff in it. We just haven't touched it since 2015. But I also I really liked Rev 2. I liked Rev 2 a lot. But if I were to like give an order of the ones that I think are probably... If I was going to go from least favorite to favorite, now that I've played all the number entries, I'd say 0's at my bottom. Then Code Veronica above that. RE3, the animations, but I want to play as her. I want to play as her. I miss her. I miss her in her cool jacket. That's why I like Code Veronica. I miss her. I miss her so much. Thank you for the playing contribution, Mara. I miss Claire so much. I actually really like playing 7 on Madhouse too, so that is no problem for me, even though it's probably gonna take me a sec to remember how to do stuff. But yeah, I said 0, Code Veronica, then 3, because they're both really short. That Leon jacket's really nice. That Leon jacket's really nice. I want it. But I need to play it. I could just watch you play it soon. Honestly, no, you're spitting facts with that. You're spitting facts with that. Because I like watching cutscenes in 7 again too, because Ethan's so... I like Ethan a lot as a protagonist. Which will probably come through in the list. After RE3, for numbered entries, I think it's going to be RE1. It's going to be RE1, then RE2. Legs. I can only assume I know what the enemy you're talking about is. Also, one, thank you for the raid, Alina. I am assuming that you finished. Not necessarily finished, but you wrapped up Silent Hill 2 for right now. Because I think I know the exact monster that you're talking about. Which is very funny, because Freya raided into me earlier, and she was also playing Silent Hill 2. After RE1 is RE2. After RE2... Yeah, no, they hate you. They hate you. That I can be dead certain about. They hate you. After RE2... This is where it actually kind of gets a little bit difficult. I think... Ooh, that's hard. I think Swede, after RE2, I think I like RE5. Yeah, after RE2, I like RE5. Then it's RE6. This is hard. No, I'll correct that. Yeah, no, I'll correct that. After RE2, I'll say that I actually like RE7. Then 5. Then 6. No. RE2, RE7, RE6, 5, then Village, then 4. 4 is my number 1. I really like Village, and I really like 7. And even if a lot of people really don't like the co-op in 5, for very valid reasons, I'll admit, I've put so much time into the Mercenaries. That game is so fun. RE5 is just such a fun game, but all the things that make it fun, I love RE4 for like all the same reasons, but better. I almost feel kind of bad. I almost feel kind of bad about making 0 like such a big personal deal for me. Just for me to say, yeah, I don't like it. Or I don't like it as much as I wish I did. But like, when I think the only other franchise I've like put... The bug enemies, surprisingly, aside from the one, I didn't like them. I don't like them. But like RE4 also had bug enemies. RE5 has a really bad one that can instant kill you. RE3 also has a really bad one. Yeah, I think aside from like my own personal phobia, the ones in 0 are not as bad as the ones in 5. The ones in 4 don't impact me at all, but the ones in 3 get me really bad. But that's because of a certain thing they do. eh. I really didn't like. There's a certain type of enemy that I really don't like in Alien Isolation. And if you can figure out what that one is, you can probably figure out why I don't like that one from RE3. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like thinking about those enemies in RE3 make any... Yeah, either. Nilly. Yeah. I don't like them. But like... And that's funny, because like... 7's Marguerite fight should upset me more, but it doesn't. Like, it's gross to me. It's extremely gross to me, but it doesn't trigger like that exact same visceral reaction out of me, and I don't get why. I think it's also because the shotgun. I think it's because I like the shotgun. But like the enemies in Zero just weren't really... You can't... The cooking isn't her fault. That's like the most that I can kind of say about that. The shotgun in 7's really nice. 7 has one of my favorite shotguns in like anything. Straight up one of my favorite shotguns in anything. It feels so nice. It feels so nice. Like, I've put so much time into RE7 just because I like replaying, because I used to replay it like a lot. I think of all the RE games, the one that I got closest to like consistently being able to kind of speedrun is RE7. And that's why there's the community challenge for points for the RE7 Madhouse speedrun. So that way I'm not just playing the campaign again, or playing a campaign that I'm used to again. And that's also why the donation incentive is for RE8 Village of Shadows difficulty. 7 is really intimate. Like, it's a nice, smaller space. Madhouse is... I think it's been a while since I've actually had to describe it. Madhouse remixes the game a little bit. Like, they change where some of the key items are, they change where some enemies spawn, they increase the amount of damage that you take. The story is still the same, but the order that you do things and where you need to go to get certain things changes. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, certain keys will be completely around, and can be, like, completely changed around. Certain things that you could get to get different items will be completely changed around. And in order to save, you need to use cassette tapes, because RE7 uses a cassette tape instead of a typewriter. So that's their way of giving me ink ribbons. But it's fun. I've played it a couple times. I haven't been like super into it. But that's why I kind of want to do it. But it's fun. I like it. RE8 Village has something like that that's called Village of Shadows. I think you only get it after you beat the game, but it does the same thing. It remixes some of the items, locations, and stuff, makes the game a little bit harder. It's like a fun little extra challenge. It's a nice way of making it not entirely a new game, but a different way to play something that you're already kind of familiar with. And that's only really something that they started to do with 7 and 8. All the other games kind of have like just standard, typically like easy and normal difficulty. Some of them can go up to professional for RE4. But at a certain point you get so used to it that it's not really that hard. But that comes from me playing it for like over 100 hours. That also does remind me, I'm gonna have to figure out how I fit in all this time for Resident Evil 4 Remake, because I also want to stream separate ways on it, because it's like, doing that is fun. It's fun going through RE4 Remake and like having such a good memory of RE4. Because there were parts where I was going through it for the first time, I'm like, huh, why isn't that here? Like, you kept all these other things, but it's weird that this thing isn't here. And it's like, ah, here's separate ways. Oh, that's why. That's why. But it also makes separate ways feel like more important, more like actually considered. There's like there's I'm not gonna say which one, but like there was a boss fight there's a boss fight that I was really confused as to why it wasn't in remake, in RE4 remake, and I'm like, huh, I wonder why they got rid of it, because in my mind I'm like, why would they put that in separate ways? That doesn't make sense. And then that fight showed up in separate ways, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is something really interesting. It was a really good scary boss. But at the same time, they're like, okay, yeah, we gotta give Ada more stuff. And I honestly, I'm more happy that she got that than if she got what would have been the alternative, and just repeated the second to last boss fight that she gets. That she gets in separate ways from RE4. But that's just because that fight annoys me. I think it's not funny, but like, no, it's a trend. I tend to really not like the Resident Evil 4. I tend to not really like the Resident Evil boss fights that make you fight in a very, very, very small space. Tends to really throw me off. That section too, that also really threw me off, because I'm like, oh, I guess it's gone. I guess it's just too weird that it would be here. But I can gush about that more when I actually get through it. But no, yeah, it feels interesting finally getting through like all of this, because like I think the only other franchise I've been this thorough with when it comes to playing a bunch of the numbered entries is Persona. Because even I was like mentally double checking, because I think because as much as I am a fan of Kingdom Hearts, I think I've only played KH1 once. I think I only played it once or twice. I replayed 2 a bunch of times before Final Mix, and then I was able to actually play Final Mix. But then I played that 2 to 3 times, maybe. I had Chain of Memories, but then I only beat Chain of Memories, and even then I didn't do Riku's side. Persona with all that grinding. It's not that... I was gonna say it's not that bad. For the modern games, for 3, 4, and 5, it's not that bad. For 1 and 2, that's a very different case. Like, the Riku side, I just didn't have the interest. I never went, like, I wasn't as thorough, I just wasn't as thorough with Kingdom Hearts. But I never had the chance to play Days. I never had the chance to play Days. You couldn't pay me to play Coded. Birth by Sleep I liked. I wanted to play Dream Drop. I never got the chance to play Dream Drop. I never got 2.8. Aqua, my beloved, she deserves so much better. She deserves so much better. I kind of wish I was able to play Key also. The encounter rates for P1 and P2 were less of my problem, as much as I did not like guns are stupid strong in 1. 2, how do I put it? I wish I could have played original key. That is a guilty pleasure of mine. I wish I could have played the original key. I like what they did with the other one, with the second one. But I could not play that. I did not want to play that. But like I wish I had that experience that first time. P2, Persona 2 I have such a weird relationship with because I played the PSP remake. Chan. I also tried to stick in. I tried to stick in for Dark Road. I couldn't. When it comes to certain types of games, I can't. Which is funny considering that is also gacha. For P2, I have such a weird relationship because I played the PSP remake. I played the Innocent Sin PSP remake. But then I was also, because this was also during the middle of when they were, since the online group was translating the Eternal Punishment PSP remake, I ended up playing the PSX version of Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, and that was a very, very different beast. Mechanically, a lot of stuff carried over, but in terms of like the pace and the grind, that's when it really kind of hit me a lot more than even playing P3 and P4 the first times. Still love Persona 1 and Persona 2. Maya. Please, Atlas. Please, just... You don't need to make a new game. Literally just re-release the PSP remakes of 1, 2, 1 and both 2. Like, please. Please bundle the 2 together. Please. Genuinely, please. Genuinely, please. People need to know that Philemon's an asshole. But yeah, Then I played Persona 4, then I played Persona 4 Golden. I still need to finish P3 Pier, but I did play it. But it being a visual novel really took a lot out of it for me. But I do want to see how some of the scenarios play out with Femc instead. I'm begging. I also need to play P4D. Because that technically is a sequel to 4. But technically also so is Arena and Ultimax, but I think Arena and Ultimax take place before P4D. Yes, because I think P4D is a year after. Yeah, P4D is like a year after. I played 5 Royal, I played Strikers, which is a sequel to 5. Trying to think if there's anything else that I forgot. Oh, I played Fez, which meant I also played The Answer. Tried so hard to get a Persona, but I can't stick with them. They're long. 1, they're long. 2, you're spending a lot of time just kind of like talking to characters and like scheduling. But to me, that's like most of the fun part. Persona 4's dancing game is canon. Persona 4's dancing game was the first one of the dancing games that came out because that was announced when they were also doing Arena and they also did Q. I took it like 4 to 5 times. I don't know how it stuck with me. I don't know how Persona just managed to stick with me, but something about 4, like... Well, no, not something. It was Rise. It was Rise Kujigawa. I love her. How are you 80 hours in and halfway? What? 80 hours should be like you got at the final dungeon. Tired P4 Golden a few times too. I can understand. Because, like, I love Persona 4. I love Persona 4, but at the same time, I did go through a genuine, what was that? What is it called? Oh my god, why am I forgetting it? I was min-maxing and going through everything. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Persona's about just modern Persona's about just spending time with your friends and having a good time with them. You can't get into weeds on those. That's what the new game pluses and stuff is for. That's one of my favorite things about P3, where like they designed it and they didn't anticipate people would want to or try to max all the S-links in one go. That's why that one's a little bit more mean, but I think they eased up on that for Reload. I'm trying to remember what it was. But for like P4, the battle theme, Reach Out to the Truth, like for my first, I wanna say for the first 10 to like 20 hours, I was kind of okay with it. After 25, I think it was 25 hours, that's when I actively started muting the music. I started muting Reach Out to the Truth, but then I think somewhere around the Stockholm Syndrome, around 60 hours in, I was like actively singing along to it every time that it came on. I completely fell into Stockholm Syndrome for Reach Out to the Truth, and now that's one of my favorite songs ever. Mass Destruction never had that same effect on me, neither did Last Surprise. P3 seemed cool. I tried it for a little Game Pass. Like, what? It seemed. I need to like pick up. I couldn't with the. Listen, it's not. It only looks like a gun. It's meant to make them really stressed so it pulls out the personas. Last Surprise, I never got tired of. I'm surprised. Soda. But then you get a crit and then they'll call out the personas. That is also something that's like, that's something that really got to me. Not like got to me in a bad way, but especially about Persona, where you would expect that the one franchise that it is would have like consistent rules among like how Personas work. No. Persona 1, they work completely different than how they work in Persona 2, and how they work in Persona 2, Innocent Sin, is similar with how they work with EP, and 3 gets an excuse. I will say 3 gets an excuse to be different because of world hopping with Persona 2. But from 3 to 4 to 5, all of them having different means of summoning the persona completely just breaks the rule. Because I don't remember, I think they explain it actually more in the answer than they do in the base game, but like the reason behind the evokers for Persona 3, the ones that look like guns, and for Koromaru they're a shock collar, it's because it's supposed to, it basically floods your brain with stress. It floods your brain with stress to the point where like your brain effectively thinks you're going to die, and then that triggers your persona to come out and protect you. So that's why it looks like that, because hey, the cortisol, it is. That's why a lot of the cutscenes for the answer kind of show a bunch of characters using their personas for the first time. Also P4A. I I this is admittedly a very selfish request, Moro, but I need to just like show you Aegis and Labby. They are two of my favorite characters in literally anything. I need to show them to you whenever I can. But then Persona 4 was more about accepting your shadow, parts of yourself that you don't necessarily want to admit to, but when you're able to finally embrace those kind of quote-unquote darker parts of yourself, the parts of yourself that you don't really want to openly talk about. Nabi's so cute. I love her. When you're able to embrace that shadow, that part of yourself that you subconsciously or even consciously subdue and hide from other people, then you're able to use your persona. It is something that you actively have to earn, which is really funny because that's the exact rules that they use for Persona 2. But that's neither here nor there. That's later. In the Persona 5, they manifest as your will of rebellion, as you finally taking off your mask of being a part of society and embracing your actual desires to rebel, which they maintained as being consistent for strikers. And that's also what makes the Q games very funny, because that's what makes the Q games very funny, because all the users come together and they're like, how do you summon your personas? What do you mean you use a gun? There's one animation that I really love from Q2, and I think it's Ryuji. It's Ryuji, Yosuke, and Junpei all hanging out, and I think it's Ryuji. I think it's Ryuji with a gun. But it's not an evoker. It's not an evoker because Junpei flips out the second that he aims it at him, and then Yosuke tries to pull the gun away from him. Yeah, because I think Ryuji's trying to like use his gun as like an evoker, but the issue is that like the P5 guns are replica guns in the Shadow World, but as long as they're perceived as real, they will function as a real gun, so he can't be pointing that at people. So then that's why Junpei and Yosuke just like jump on him. You can tell that I love Persona so much. Like the only 3 really big franchises that I gotta say like I love. Like I think I have the video saved somewhere. I have to post it. But like the only really 3 franchises that I've really gotten like this like neck deep into are Resident Evil, Kingdom Hearts, and Persona. I was gonna say in Persona 4. Because I can't think of like another franchise that I really kind of got like this heavily invested in. Because even then, I want to say like, technically Project Moon is like close to it. Also, if you do play the Q games, those are closer to Etrian Odyssey, which is also an Atlas title, which is very funny. Hey, you should play Metaphor. I did replay KH2 for the Roxas fight, because playing that was a very unique experience. Doing that actually for my first time. I think I did that on stream. Very fulfilling. But like even when it comes to like the Project Moon stuff of like Lobotomy Corporation, Library Ruina, and Limbus Company, I think I've still collectively put more time into the Persona franchise. And I think the closest to like a fandom that I actually got to really being quote-unquote in was Kingdom Hearts, or is Kingdom Hearts. And even then, there's still a couple games that I missed. Like I missed Dream Drop, I missed Dream Drop, I missed Days, I missed Coded, I missed Key, I missed Dark Road. There's another one that I'm forgetting. Oh, I haven't played MMM. Yeah, I haven't played Melody of Memory. Just as a rhythm game, it didn't really interest me. So okay, played through Metaphor, thinking of getting 100%. That one, it's really cool. I really like Metaphor. But that is also like kind of completely separate, so you can play that as your own leisure. Quote unquote. Depends on how much you like Etrian Odyssey. Because like there's a bunch of other franchises and stuff that like I think I've dipped into and that I enjoy. I guess technically you can count like the Kill the Past series as like kind of a franchise, but even then I still need to play the 25th Ward. I still need to play Flower, Sun, and Rain. I would need to read Red, Blue, and Green. I feel like there's like 2 to 3 others that I'm missing. I would want to play Twilight Syndrome. Devil May Cry, I've only played 3, 4, and 5. Avoiding 2 for very obvious reasons, but also 1 just never really kind of appealed to me. Or just like looking at it. You can technically count Draken Near, I guess? Yeah, I'd say you could count it. But I'm also upset that I didn't get to really play Reincarnation. I heard so many good things about that game in like the retrospect, and like that made me really upset about kind of missing it. That's why I really want to. That's why like I really kind of want to give it more of a shot. Yeah, the mobile one. The mobile one that had a new character that came out. That was easily one of the least sexually appealing gacha characters, kind of deliberately for the last 2-week banner before the game completely closed down, but they were a story significant character. Like, I wish I could have experienced that game, like, at the time. That's why I'm very, I'd say committed to Limbus Company, because I kind of don't want to miss another experience like that. Like, it wasn't trolling. It was like, also hi Doomer. It wasn't trolling. Like that was part of the story. I tried at the start but couldn't get into it. My phone would get too hot when I was playing it, and that made me upset. I wanted to play it. Because I played through Drakengard. I played through Drakengard 3. That game hurt me physically. I could never play Drakengard 1. But like, because of Drakengard 3, I really fell into Nier. Then I fell into Automata, and I'm like, oh, I really want to play Reincarnation, but I couldn't. And then like, it made the fact that it was a limited service title like something genuinely interesting. Glad I'm not the only one with a hot phone. Cause like, I don't play mobile games. I don't play on mobile. I use my phone as a phone. Like, it is not a gamer phone. Like, I have a computer for that. But I also know that not everybody has a gaming computer or has a console, so like, I understand. Emmy Evans. Emmy Evans is a treasure. I'm trying to really think. I don't think that there's really any other franchise that gets like close like that. Like, those are, I guess, kind of Monster Hunter, but I'm not even like really that crazy about it. Because like, I started at Portable Third, then I played World, I played Rise, I'm skipping Wilds because I think my computer would explode because I tried playing those open betas, but they did not work out. My computer did not like them. I double dipped for Rise actually. I never got a chance to playing GU or a bunch of the other ones that I remember a lot of people saying were really good. I heard really good. I have a friend who, like, I think he has stories. I think he has stories 1 and 2. Not sure if he finished it, but like, he showed me a bit of it, and I was like, oh, that's actually kind of very interesting. Because you would think, like, man, why wouldn't Monster Hunter try to do something that's like a monster tamer? Yeah, Wilds is just like... Wilds confuses me. Wilds confuses me mainly because, like, World, I'd say is decently optimized. Rise is very well optimized. And I just like playing Monster Hunter. I like playing Monster Hunter. That's why I got Sunbreak. I got Sunbreak so I could play with 2 really cool people. And that just gives me an excuse to play it more. That's right, there is a 3rd one that's on the way. And by cool people, maybe one of them is a neat spooky doll. But like that thing with the near reincarnation is like the entire reason why I'm sticking with Limbus Company is because like I've also heard really good thing about Arknights. Mainly when it comes to like Arknights' story. And so like I want to give like those types of gacha games like a try. Like I'm not gonna kind of just like I'm not gonna just brush them off because they're gacha. Because like the bits of stuff that I heard. Yep, Enfield is releasing in 2 days. That's why it's on my stream schedule for Thursday. But like I've heard fantastic things about the Arknight story. And like I'm really committed to Limbus at this point because I played Lobotomy Corporation Library of Ruina and like the quality is still even better somehow in Limbus. What about game inspires you to play it? For me it's story world. It is a mix between the characters, the story, and the mechanics. Hey, one of my favorite games of all time is Pathologic 2, and that game is a nightmare to play. That game hurts. That game fills me with anxiety, like few things ever else could. But like, yeah, no, I'm more of a... If a game is mechanically interesting enough to me, that will be enough to get me to try it out. Like, even just looking at some of my favorites. I think I tried Neon White because it just looked like, oh, that's really interesting. I want to try it. Then I played stuff like Valhalla, Slay the Princess, Paranormal Site. Like, that's why last year I really last year really reignited my love for visual novels. Because I really like compelling stories, but then I also like games that do really weird things on their own. I played the original Arknights a bit and it was good, but the grinding I couldn't handle at the time. That's what kind of happened to me. I like tower defenses, but I don't like the way that Arknights does their tower defenses, and I can't figure out what type of tower defense I actually like. And I can't give a solid answer, and so when I saw a new Arknights game and it said, hey, we're doing action combat, it's like, great, even if I'm super casual, I get to enjoy the story. Bloons Tower Defense 6. I have a friend who told me to play that, and like, I see it, and I'm just like, I can't. Even though on the paper, on surface, like, so much about it, like, makes sense. So much about it makes sense of like what I would like from a tower defense, but I can't just like commit to it, and I don't get it. But at the same time, I can play stuff like at the same time, like I think playing Ace Attorney was probably one of the most transformative moments of my life in retrospect. Because from there, was it from there? I think it was from there. from there, that spiraled into me getting to Danganronpa, and then hey, you should play Of the Devil. And I'm not saying that just because I got a key from Ninth Circle for episode 2. Of the Devil's really good. Of the Devil's really good. You get a certificate for literacy if you can read. But then at the same time, 100 Line Last Defense Academy genuinely tired me out from how much reading there is. Like, I'm at 120 hours. I did hear good things about Pixel Junk Monsters. I heard a lot of good things about that, like, over the years, but I never got around to, like, actually playing it. That I'm gonna saying this makes me feel like oh yeah, I'll get to that type of person, but like with how do I put it, with how kind of open there are good webtoons that a lot of people also keep telling me to read, but at the same time, like, I'm trying to catch up on like what was I reading? I think I was reading Love Bullet. I'm trying to catch up on a bunch of other manga. Perhaps mostly Yuri. But then I'm also keeping up with Chainsaw Man. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to read generally a lot more. And that includes visual novels. But then as a kind of like trade-off of that, listen, sometimes a really good story is simply, sometimes all I need for a good story is the sweet, intimate connection between two femmes. Sometimes it's all that I need. Sometimes it can fix me. Sometimes Toxic Yuri is also really good. But that's on a... that is up to... I don't think I could put the genie back in the bottle after that one. Listen, nobody hurt me, but I realized I've learned, if there's two things that I've learned over talking with a couple of other friends, it is that not everyone necessarily shares my enthusiasm when it comes to mimics, and not exactly everybody also shares my enthusiasm at the idea of a pretty old lady knowing how to saute you at the right temperature. Mimics like the treasure chests. Yes, Mara. Listen. 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 Sometimes you just think maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. I wouldn't know that. I'm not a chef. I leave that up to somebody who knows how to cook well. It is not. Ads are up, so I'm gonna take the chance to stand up. It is not Listen, I'm not gonna say that one of the quote-unquote comedy routes in 100 Line maybe kind of shook me to my core for certain reasons. That sometimes this sometimes you like a girl who can cook. And maybe if that thing she can cook is you, maybe that's not too bad itself. I rest my case for the court. I will not defend myself. You can cook? Mora, wait. 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 That... Nicely aged more salt. You use it, but the ouchie. If I speak, Mora. What? Mora, you're about to make me admit to something. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was your intent. I'm not sure if that was your... You are supportive. You are supportive, and that's why I love you. But there are other people. You don't need to apologize. Listen, this is all my fault for bringing up the mimics to begin with. I guess this also kind of stems back to the cannibalism thing, but that's separate. Not really, but... Listen. They are separate. They're different. You have to... Mora, I love you, never change. It is not vor. Cannibalism is not vor. They are inherently different things. There is one thing of being swallowed alive, and then there's another thing of you being chopped and served as a meal. I will not allow this slander in my chat. Slander, I say, even though I'm the one that brought it up to begin with. Educate on such things. See, that's the majesty. You do get to learn. You get to learn, and then you, like, oh, well, there is a distinction between those things. Then, like, maybe that idea about the mimic actually isn't too bad. I can at least explain the thing about cannibalism. I can't explain the thing about the mimic. I can't. I don't understand when that started. I almost wish I knew. Is this it? No, this is it. This is it. I'm gonna send somebody... I'm sending somebody a video that's effectively just throwing a pipe bomb at them. My assumption is cannibalism doesn't necessarily mean the person experiences being eaten. Depending. Because it could be like zombie tearing in the flesh. It doesn't necessarily mean it, it's more the act in and of its... It is ouchy, but sometimes a little bit of the ouchy is fine. Sometimes a little bit of the ouchy is fine. Can't control what we like, but we can control what we do. Exactly. Very unfortunately, I cannot control the fact that mimics do not exist. Why do I keep digging myself further into that hole? Well, I mean, when you think about it, Resident Evil and zombies, like, some people have a thing for zombies. I think a little is very different from a chunk being taken out of you. Okay, but Cannibal Princess from It Gets So Lonely Here? Like... I don't think... I'm far enough away removed from that stream where I could admit it. I don't think it... I don't think I was... This is the conversation I started with coworkers when I'm drunk on our work trip. Sometimes... I don't think I hit it during that I Get So Lonely Here. It Gets So Lonely Here stream. No. What was the line? I think it was the specific line of like, yeah, it was her. Yeah. It was the mention of her like ripping out your throat with her teeth. Sometimes you read something and then it just like awakens. You learn. Sometimes you learn the appeal. Where is it? Because I know I took a screenshot of it. Your second time getting consciousness? I mean, I am talking about Limbus Company. Your second time getting consciousness? Like, Limbus Company... Yeah. See... Yeah. Like, okay. How... I implore you, please tell me how I'm supposed to be normal after reading she is supping... because... The princess is draining your blood. She is supping at it in great, greedy goblets like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. I think it means she likes you. I think one of the first initial feral vampire that fell in love. Exactly! She loves you! Where's the line? Yeah, I can't find it. Limbus Company, that's because I'm thinking of the R&B chef, but that was more of like them doing it as a thing to survive. It Gets So Lonely Here is completely free though. You can have you can fully enjoy the Cannibal Princess route on that. Very short too. Ebihime, goated. kind of forget how we even got here. Oh, I thought it was more detailed. No, the line was just, then she tears out your throat. I think I almost lost consciousness just reading that on stream. The one who had bathed in blood. I think I know who you're talking about because yeah, it was a relatively older type of belief that bathing in blood was like better for the skin. And yeah, have fun with Separate Ways. Genuinely, I want to play more of it so that I can get used to the crossbow. They made that crossbow so much fun. Yeah, and then if you accept it, the narrator says, what, really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? Listen, there's... I think it was the... I'm trying to remember. The crime of passion. I think that was the description. Elizabeth Bathory. That's a really fitting name for her gimmick. I think it was the statistic. I don't think it was a statistic. It was like a fact about something where it's just like, yeah, it's the difference between, this is gonna sound crazy. Please, I promise. You have to stick with me on this. I remember hearing this bit before about like something. It was about the methodology behind certain murders. Character based offering Nocturne. Now I need to see Castlevania Nocturne. Thank you, Morrow. And I wanted to see it either way because that's leading up to Symphony. But there was a stat that I heard that was like, it aligns with crimes of passion, whereas like women are more likely to, like, if they were to kill somebody, they were to kill somebody more than likely with like a sharp weapon like a knife or a blade. And usually if it's like done with a weapon like that, it's because it is there's a much more intimate and close type of like emotion tied to that, as opposed to something where if it was done like with a vehicle or a gun. Something about that I think just lingered in my brain about the crime of passion. So that means that there's a lot of emotion in that. Maybe she could also just really like you. I think. First is very intimate. I don't know how to explain it. See, you get it. You get it. Like, because you have to be that close to somebody in order to kill them like that. So you start thinking, maybe if I not necessarily did anything to deserve it, but you start thinking, oh, if she wants to stab me, that means she has very strong, intimate feelings about me. Positive or negative, that is her prerogative, but she has strong, intimate feelings about me. And I don't know how to describe it, but ever since learning that tidbit, I don't think I've been the same since. And I think it's only gotten worse. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin. Difference is what it was. Indifference is what's opposite of them. Yeah, they're like, that's why Enemies to Lovers is really good. That's why Enemies to Lovers is really good. Really good. God. This reminds me of some meme where someone goes, they're using you, and the person replies, they're choosing to use me. Exactly. It's the feeling of being special. It's the feeling of like, this is a deliberate choice that they're making, specifically targeted at me. No, I know what did it. It was It Gets So Lonely Here. Because I played that before I played it on stream. And I got the Gravekeeper route. And I think that completely changed my brain chemistry. Yeah. Yeah, it did. I remember. Where was the line? She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she is going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Yeah, I saved all these lines for a reason. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? And I'll never be lonely again. Yeah. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. Yeah. It's the intimacy. It's the intimacy. Sometimes you just girly things. Sometimes it's just girly things. Thank you for subscribing after that, Shaidu. After me explaining the appeal of a woman cutting me... Neither of those were gonna end well, but cutting it there definitely didn't help. This fight, I don't know if I should double down or just back off. Women. Sometimes women. Sometimes you want a very pretty woman to just turn you into a piece of art. Only sometimes. As a treat. As a treat. That's how I feel about Jin from League of Legends. You do strike me as a Jin girly. And I don't know what that says about me, considering that I did play Jin. Jin was like one of the few main male characters I played in that game. Something about the showmanship of it, it's just like... there's an appeal. The artistic flair is about the best way I can put it. Oh my god. Sometimes you just want to be turned into a work of art, and there's not really. No, that's it's kind of like it. Sometimes you just want somebody very pretty, or someone very handsome to turn you into a work of art, and then, you know, whatever happens, happens. Even if what happens is that maybe you stop thinking. No thoughts, just Jin. See, that's how I feel about Ryoshu. And Cannibal Princess. And a lot of the pretty women who I'd want to do horrible things to me. I appreciate someone that could appreciate. Like, sometimes great minds think alike. Great minds think alike, and that's all that really matters. Like, I'm trying to think of a way of putting it. Woman desire to woman desirer, woman yearner to woman yearner communication. No words, just thoughts, but then all your thoughts are mutually just bouncing back and forth between one another. Okay. I should probably find somebody to raid. I see, I feel, I know. The pure thoughts are too pure for Moro. The doll's wind-up key is slowing. Oh, I usually don't ever go this late. Perfect. Ooh, I see somebody on a very, very good part for a game that I really like. So yeah, we're gonna raid into Jessie Android, who is currently... She's at a really good spot in Unbeatable. So... yeah. Anyone following can feel free to cheer her on. Subscribers, you can wave. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Nilly! Nilly is Nilly. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I should also mention. That is important for me to put because I keep forgetting. Because because I put up the... Oh my god, I can speak. The Discord is open for everybody. I sometimes just get a little bit... Sometimes I have to, like, push certain streams to the side or whatever, because of certain timing, whatever. It is usually... I also make sure to make a note about it on Blue Sky when I can remember, but I'm always in a Discord, so I'm able to do it there better. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, day, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Unfortunately, the atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in a very pretty robot's hands.